Welcome to the 2025 MLS Super Draft live stream. Chris Ransom here. We will have, you can see the updated picks on the news ticker. We have a news ticker not only for the site, we also have a news ticker for the live stream now. And I'll show you that, yeah, you've seen all the scores, but yeah, there's the news ticker on the site. And we also have a news ticker on the live stream now. First time I'm whipping this out. We're going to have one of these for the NFL draft too, coming up in a few months. But as picks come in, I will get updates on the MLS Super Draft. So, okay, so the GM has his computer blurred out completely. That tells me for San Diego is the number one pick. He has his computer blurred out. That tells me they know who they're taking. They don't want the public to know who they're taking, but the public will know who they're taking in just a few minutes. Yeah, and they got Annabelle Godoy. They got a second defensive midfielder, but there's talks they might draft a third here at number one. But we'll find out very shortly. We do have news here. So Nashville is trading the Rat. Nashville is going to acquire 150,000 in allocation money for the 6th overall pick. So the Rapids now have a fourth first round pick in this draft. So that is insane. I figured the Rapids would use their picks to move down, but Nashville is now picking. Nashville's traded away number 6. Colorado has now acquired the 6th pick in the Super Draft. So the Rapids have 6, 8, 16, and 27. They have 4 first round picks this year. There's only a few draft classes where I've seen a team with that many different first round picks. But again, it's crazy to me that this is, and we're going to update this trade on the news ticker before the first pick comes in, because by the time that pick is submitted, by the time we update the news ticker, and we should update this on Restream as well. And gee, wow, we already have 116 people in the chat. Holy cow. And yes, I want you to show the news ticker of all the trade updates and all that stuff. We'll simplify it, we'll tweak it. I promise you. I'm just getting the Colorado thing updated on the news ticker here, and then we're probably going to start the Super Draft after that. Because this is a big pick here. Colorado now has 4 picks in the first round, which is insane to comprehend them having that many picks. All right. Let's see if we have any updates on who the first pick is. Not yet. They might be doing they might wait till 2:30 to start the draft. It is Manu Dua. Manu Dua of UC Santa Barbara is the first pick in the draft. So that's not really a surprise. So Manu Dua is the pick here. And we'll update the live stream here. We'll get the grade up in a few minutes, but I am going to edit. I'll edit the Manu Dua is officially the first pick. And I'm getting the write-up ready to go for San Jose at number 2. So Travis Clark's intel was correct. Manu Dua, I watched his tape. I was actually relatively impressed with the tape. I mean, they have 2 defensive midfielders. They add a third one here. I mean, he did everything better than I interviewed Mo Adams, the Syracuse defensive midfielder. Dua looks like a better player just based on what they both did coming out of college. And that's not a knock on Mo. I'm just really impressed with Dua. The dribbling. He makes defenders miss when he's dribbling. He passes the ball well. He's super accurate on his passes. He defends well. So Manu Dua, Generation Adidas player, and he's going to go number 1 overall to San Diego. So that's a big So Manu Dua goes number 1. I'll refresh the page here and I'll post the write-up. Yes, so we'll go A+ for Manu Dua. So basically, you get the lineup information on the pick, and Manu Dua, he has a lot of and Heaps is gonna like that. Let's see what San Jose is gonna do at number 2 here. I would think. Okay, so Dean Bolts went third. Who went second? I'm guessing it was So who went second? So nobody traded out of three. I'm guessing Max Floriani went second. So the second, so Chicago already leaked the second pick before San Jose. All right, let's look at the news ticker on MLS Soccer. They've got to have an update by now. No, they don't. So San Jose has not leaked the second pick. Chicago, if you could wait for San Jose to make your pick, but make their pick before you make your pick, that would be fantastic. But Chicago leaking their pick before San Jose leaks the second pick. This is already getting messy. This is already getting out of control. San Jose, you got to make your picks. Chicago, you can't leak your pick before San Jose. Apparently, and I don't blame Chicago for taking the hometown guy, but who did San Jose pick at number 2? I'm guessing it was Floriani, but so Sporting Kansas City has just traded for the 8th pick. So until we get an update on, and we will get a Dean Bolts write-up done, but Sporting Kansas City has acquired another first-round pick at number 8. So we're going to go all the way down to number 8. And Sporting Kansas City now owns the 8th pick in the draft. So the Rapids trade for number 6, and they trade away number 8. Very interesting start to this Super Draft. But who went second? Did Floriani go second? That information has not been leaked yet. And he's only 19. He's the youngest player in the draft. So Chicago's leaked their pick, but the Earthquakes have not leaked their pick. And it's just amazing that, had the Earthquakes traded away number 2? Because the Fire have leaked their number 3 pick, but the Earthquakes have not leaked number 2. And that's the problem here, I guess. So we don't know who the Earthquakes are taking it to yet. We know who Chicago's taking it 3. And, this is, wow, we got a lot of viewers on the live stream. 282. We were at 220. Holy cow. Thank you guys so much. But yes, I do think San Diego getting a third defensive midfielder, I understand the thought process. I think it's a good pickup for them because they're familiar with this guy. Their sporting director, Heaps, who used to work for the Right to Dream Academy. So Manu Dua played with the Right to Dream Academy, a player they're very familiar with. And yeah, and he's only 19, so he's only going to get better as he gets older. Very big window for him as far as long-term, and you can develop him for multiple years too. But who is San Jose taking at 2? We don't know yet. Chicago's taking Dean Bolts at 3. We do not know what San Jose's doing at number 2 yet. So are they trading the pick for allocation money? We'll find out. So Manu Dua goes number 1. Really like this pick. Does a lot well on tape, but So we don't know what's happening yet with San Jose. San Jose is so Chicago. Chicago takes Chicago announces their pick before San Jose turned in their card. They basically so San Jose either knows what they are doing or they're just trying to piss everyone off by holding back the draft. So, we'll see what happens here. I am trying to figure out who went second. Did Max Floriani go second? Let's type in Max Floriani and find out if he got picked. Okay, so Floriani goes number 2 and Chicago goes number. So Max Floriani's number 2 and number 3 is Dean Bolts. So Travis Clark 3 for 3 on his picks in his MLS mock draft, but and Dean Bolts, the Wisconsin forwards going. I'll update both of those to the news ticker on the live stream too. So and Sporting Kansas City now owns this 8th pick. So I only have 60 characters left. So I will have to simplify things. But yeah, Floriani, Bolts, those guys are locked into the top 3. I will get grades and write-ups on those 2 players shortly here. Just give me a second to get. And Floriani might, I do want to copy some data on the lineups. If we get some information on who's going number 4, I will report it as it's being presented. But Floriani at number 2 and Dean Bolts at number 3 are the picks. And, this is a pretty good start. I can't really argue with the thought process behind any of the picks. I think it was the comfort level over anything else. So the first three picks are in. I just finished the write-up for Floriani. I'm gonna get the write-up for Dean Bolts right now. First time all three teams picking in the top three held on to their draft picks. Really showcases the level of talent this class has. And so three of the top five already off the board here. So all right, so we'll reload the page here. And we have Mox Floriani and also have Dean Bolts here. So Dean Bolts. So those picks are officially in. Question is, okay, so Alex Harris goes fourth. Colorado gets my number one player, Alex Harris. And we have a trade at number 5. Holy cow. Picks are flying in. So first 9 picks are already up. Holy cow. Okay, so we have a lot of work to do before we get caught up. San Jose did acquire the 5th pick from New England for allocation money. Bruce Arena making more moves with his former team. But Alex Harris at number 4 is a great pickup for Colorado. The Rapids, they get Harris. That's a great pickup for them. Harris was the number 1 player on my board entering this draft. I figured he'd go 3rd, but Colorado gets him at 4. I cannot really complain about that. So the Rapids do move up to number 4. Sporting Kansas City does move down to 8. So the Rapids get Alex Harris at 4. And just a bunch of trades. Reed Roberts that went number 5 in the draft. Reed Roberts, the San Francisco Dons player, and he is listed as a defender. So we will list him as a defender here. All right, so looking at this I'm going to update the news ticker here. I'm going to update both news tickers here. Yeah, and I am going to shorten some characters because we're at that point where I don't like abbreviating things, but we're at the point where we're running out of characters. So Cornell, they get, and Reed Roberts. The Rapids took a defender out of Xavier at 6. Matthew Sananau goes 6th overall. Just a I am going to update the news ticker here. So Matthew Sananau, 6'4", 214 pounds, center back out of Xavier, goes number 6th. So Matthew Sananau. Emil Jaskalainen at number 7 is a great value pick. Jaskalainen out of Akron goes 7th to St. Louis. That's a great value pick just in terms of bringing somebody in. Sporting Kansas City goes with Indiana center back / right back Jansen Miller, 8th overall. And Dave Tepper and Charlotte have traded all the way up to number 9 for Micah Thomas out of Connecticut. So Charlotte FC, that's very interesting. So Charlotte FC acquires the 9th pick, and they get Micah Thomas out of Connecticut. DC United's still on the clock at 10, but I'm going to start getting some of these picks updated here. Alex Harris. I love this pick for the Rapids. They get Harris. So yeah, Alex Harris goes number 4 overall to Colorado. I had Alex Harris going 3rd, and I thought Harris was my number 1 player on the board. I figured Michael Adudokin, I figured would go. Yeah, Michael Adudokin out of Ohio State and Emil Jaskelin. I figured those two would go ahead of Harris, but Harris ends up going 4th in the Super Draft. That's a very good pickup. And I think Harris will probably be another A-plus grade. Reed Roberts might be the first reach, but I need to study him a little bit more because I didn't include him in my 3-round mock. I know he was in both of Travis Clark's mocks. I need to study Reed Roberts a little bit more. I'll do that, but first we're going to get the Alex Harris write-up on the site, and then we'll get some other stuff updated on the news ticker as well. So we're going to get the Alex Harris write-up updated right now. All right, so we've got the Rapids pick updated. So we got the first 4 write-ups updated here. I'm going to take a look at Reed Roberts. In the meantime, I'm going to also try to update and we'll update that because San Jose did trade for the 5th pick. This draft is flying in terms of speed, though. Reed Roberts. I do want to look at Reed Roberts. He did get invited to the MLS College Showcase. He must have left a really strong impression there. Shut out Cal Poly, shut out San Jose State, shut out Pacific, shut out Stanford. That game against Stanford, and he shut out Santa Clara. So 4 shutouts, not exactly great, but not horrible either. But yeah, 6'1". He was a WCC all first team defender 2 years in a row. Good dribbler. When watching his tape, his dribbling does stand out, but yeah. Reed Roberts of the San Francisco Dons. And we're also going to go back to the MLS page because Matthew Sonano. CFFC is going to be Chicago. We are going to have to abbreviate some of the teams because we're running out of room. That's how and this is St. Louis City SC. So just to clarify here, and then number 8 was Jansen Miller and Micah Thomas from Connecticut. All right. So this is a player from Connecticut here, Micah Thomas. So we only have one character left, but, we have to abbreviate some of the teams here. We just do. It's like as the picks come flying in. That's going to be all right. So that we do have the news ticker updated for some of the picks here. I'll look at an update here in a second. So this write-up's a lot shorter for number 5, and that write-up is in. So number 5 is up. We're gonna get the number 6 write-up done. And we're gonna make sure Matthew Sinano is actually a defender on Xavier. He is. I'm not going to give this an A+, but I will give this maybe an A grade. Yeah, because I'm looking at Matthew Sinano. Shutout against Northern Kentucky, shutout against Siena, 4-5. Had 5 shutouts. So first 6 write-ups are done, and we just finished number 6, so we'll get that up right now. And I'm gonna Colorado has Sporting Kansas City has number 8. Charlotte FC has number 9 though. And I may be behind on some picks, but these picks were freaking flying in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go at my own pace here, get some write-ups as they come in. And we're probably going to start with Emil Jääskeläinen to St. Louis at number 7, because I have a lot to say about that pick. That was an incredible value pick. Emil Jääskeläinen and Alex Harris, easily the best value picks so far, in my honest opinion. And before I do that, I'm going to update the news ticker. Oh, the news ticker's already updated out. Okay. Never mind. Okay. So Jansen Miller and Mika Thomas, a lot of defense players have gone off the board early. I think this is a deeper striker midfielder draft, if I'm being completely honest. So I'm kind of surprised that there was a run on this many defensemen this early in the draft. So Emil Jääskeläinen. St. Louis write-up is done. Yeah, Jansen, Emil they do have some talent. Let me get my write up of Jansen Miller done, and I'll pretty much copy some of the write up of Sporting Kansas City. Yeah, so I'm looking to see where we had Jansen Miller. I think we had him in round 2, but I'm double checking my information here. May have had him in round 3. We'll try round 3. Jansen Miller does feel like a little bit of a reach, but Kansas City went for needs, so I'm not going to trash them too much. I'll give them a C plus. I do think this is a reach, though, in terms of value. I think there's better value on the board, but Indiana's a soccer factory, so I understand the thought process of taking him at number 8. But this is like the first big reach of the draft so far, in my opinion. Um, do we have an update on number 9 here? Micah Thomas. We'll update that now, and then I'm not even sure if Micah Thomas is a striker or a fullback or a center back. We'll find out right now. We're going to look up Micah Thomas. He played 6 games at left back. Charlotte FC needed depth at fullback. I feel like they took the second best fullback, though. Yeah, Fullback depth was the biggest need for Charlotte. They took care of that, but this is the third year in a row Dave Tepper and Charlotte have moved up in the draft. So, all right, so I don't even know what's going on here. All right, so I'm going to refresh the MLS page. I'm sure some more picks have come in. They have. Karamoko goes 10 to DC United. Enzo Newman goes to FC Dallas. Aor goes 12th to Colorado, a Portland midfielder. Portland gets Ian Smith at 14. Adudokin goes to Montreal. Portland gets Ian Smith. Vancouver gets Tate Johnson. Wathuna. New York City FC gets Max Murray. And I know this says Max Murray. Max Murray's a striker. Max Murray's a forward. He's not a defender. He is a forward. You need to get your freaking information correct, MLS, because your information's not correct. Donovan Powerson, I did mock him at 18, but it is not Houston who will be taking him. It is New England. But Powerson to 18 is the first pick I correctly predicted. Jason Bucknor out of Michigan goes. And Alec Hughes. LAFC gets Alec Hughes. I am so pissed about that as a Galaxy fan. I am so freaking pissed off about that. I don't even have words to describe my rage. And believe me, I will update these picks, but I want to see what people are saying about Bucknor. Is he a defensive midfielder? Is he a center back? According to Transfer Market, he's a right back, but he plays defensive midfielder, center back, as well as right back. So LA went for versatility. He was a Big Ten all-freshman team player. I don't know if I would have made this pick, but again, I can't believe we're already in the 20s now. I cannot believe the picks are flying in like this, but I think as far as value goes in the back half of round one, I would argue Alec Hughes is the best value pick. Just because I had Alec Hughes at number 5 in my draft. Pape Marboy, if Pape Marboy is gets picked, we'll go with him. But yeah, there's a lot of crazy picks here. Hakeem Karamoko is a midfielder, not a forward. So once again, MLS not necessarily having the correct information here. But we're at 543 views. I do appreciate things. And the Rapids ended up trading for number 12. So I don't care what team you are. You should not be allowing any franchise to have 4 of the top 16 picks in a draft class. You know how unfair of an advantage that is? Ifetabo Aurora. Adudokin. Aor's only 19. Okay, so Aor's only 19. Very raw player. Could definitely help them down the road, but they go with a defensive midfielder at 9. New York City FC got number 17. So New England gets number 18. RSL, we're going to abbreviate some of the teams so we have more space. Not that it's going to matter. Okay, so now that we do have some of the names here appearing, yeah, and I am going to refresh the page here. I'm sure some more picks have come in. No picks have come in since Colorado. San Diego did acquire a pick from New York City. DC United got 23 from Atlanta. All right, so Ian Otto Kun. Yeah, we're just gonna go with CC for Columbus Crew. And what is LAFC? I believe trades with. Are we at the tipping point where we're gonna have to remove abbreviations from teams? MUFC Cole OCSC C NYRB LAG. There. I hope we only have 80 characters to type some of these picks that came flying in. But yeah, I am updating the news ticker here. So at least you have that to fall back on. So we do have a lot of picks we got to type here in the news ticker. Yeah, if we have a grade up for a player, I will use abbreviations for that player, but only for the players we have grades up on. Deal? Great. So those are the only players we will but yeah, I'm going to update this news ticker right now on my website. I know it's taken forever. Believe me, the picks are flying in. This is what day 3 of the NFL draft or day 2 of the NHL draft feels like. It's all super charged and jam-packed into one day. And then it is. So Colorado got number 12 from Austin. I will be here until 8 p.m. today. So the Rapids, they get Colorado gets Sydney Wathuna. So So I'm just going to leave it because I don't have enough characters to finish the write-up. So I don't have enough characters to finish the write-ups. What do you want me to say? No, I don't want the demo. I don't want the demo. I want the pics posted. No, I don't want the demo. Stop redirecting me to the demo. Show. Thank you. This is not hard. You're making this a lot harder than it needs to be. Yeah, DC United, they go for a midfielder. They go for the exact midfielder I took at Atlanta here. Pape Marboy, if he gets picked, we'll go with a photo of him. If not, so Reed Fisher, San Diego State center back, goes 23rd. Ian Pilcher out of Charlotte goes 24th. Roman Torres, 25th. Joshua Copeland from Detroit Mercy makes the first round. That's a big shock. And number 27 is Joran Gerbey, who I mocked to Seattle. But yeah, I'm going to get a few of these write-ups done. I'm going to get the lengthy part of the DC United write-up done with all the roster needs and all that stuff done. And Real Salt Lake did acquire 29 from the New York Red Bulls. But again, we're going to focus on updating the website with some of the picks because this first round is flying by like a lightning bolt. It is flying by. There is so much talent still on the board, it's not even funny. Do I think there have been some reaches? Yeah, but not to the extreme of Karamoko's a good fit. If DC United likes him, I can get behind this pick. I'm going to give it a B grade. I'm going to give it a B grade. I can get behind the pick. I think it's a little bit of a reach, but at the same time, I do think Karamoko's a guy who had a lot of traction. So, and he could be a day one starter with DC United. He could. All right, so number 10 is up on the site. So we'll refresh the site here and then we'll show you picks 9 and 10, and then we'll get into the top So Mika Thomas. And FC Dallas is a team we're about to get a write-up on for number 11 here. All right. 556 viewers. Thank you guys so much. Enzo Newman played right back at Oregon State. The chemistry he's going to have with Logan Farrington, last year's rookie, who had a really good rookie year. I think the chemistry is what you have to look at here when it comes to FC Dallas, because I love the chemistry. I love this pick from a chemistry standpoint. But yeah, I'm going to get the Enzo Newman pick up. I'm also going to get the lengthy write-up that we made for DC United. I think I have Enzo Newman somewhere in round 2. Don't hate the pick, but I do think I do think there have been some reaches in round 1. There's not a pick that's cringeworthy yet. And as long as teams do not pass on picks, I'm okay with Roman Torres went in round 1. So Enzo Newman. So we do have some more room to post some picks. But yeah. And we're going to probably update this Austin FC pick to the Colorado Rapids. They did trade for the number 12 pick. They got one of the youngest midfielders at 12. And I'm a fan of what they've done in general. They got the biggest center back in the draft, 6'4", 214 at number 6. They get the youngest midfielder in the draft at 12. They get Sidney Wathuna as a winger for depth behind Kamani Stewart-Baines at 16. And they're getting pieces to build around Alex Harris. I think if you move Stewart-Baines to right wing and you had Harris at striker and Wathuna at left wing, I think you'd have a really good attacking unit up front for Colorado. But Colorado already has a striker that can start, a veteran striker, so they don't need Harris right now. But, I mean, they've come out and made a statement today, I'd say, the Rapids. But, yeah. This is easily the best value pick. This makes up for last year's Grayson Duty debacle. And Lineker, Ryan Bayer goes to Seattle, and Sergi Solans goes to Real Salt Lake. So that's just the first round. Do we have anything updated from the second round here? That's just a list of the eligible players. So are they even going to have a draft tracker for round 2, or are they just going to post picks for the first round? Okay, they do have a draft tracker for round 2. They're just taking a quick recess. Okay, good. All right, so in the meantime, I'm going to update the news ticker for round 1 on our site. That way, we're not behind too much. I will still update the news ticker for round 1 on the live stream, but first I'm going to update Wolfier Bjornsson still on the board. There's a lot of talent still on the board in round 2. It's not even funny how much talent's still available. Okay, everybody, Pape Marboy is available in round 2, which I think is insane that he's even still on the board here. And San Diego United did trade for the 24th pick. San Diego United, they really needed to come away with a striker and a attacking midfielder, but they've gone the complete opposite route. Copeland is a midfielder, not a forward. by the way. So yeah, so Real Salt Lake traded up for 29 and 30. Getting really good value at both picks, I think. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, basically what I'm doing here is I'm updating the news ticker so at least we have that. We can copy to rounds 2 and 3. Lineker and Sergi Solans, a freshman that had a really dominant year. Freshman red shirt. So the first round is pretty much done. Now, I am going to copy and paste the first round of the news ticker to rounds 2 and 3. And the back end of round 1 so that we don't have to worry about this again. So good job there. First round is done. Do we have any updates on round 2 yet? So we'll probably, yeah, I'm going to get a picture of Alec Hughes and email that to myself for the back end of round 1. So once we start coding the back end of round 1, we have that. I cannot believe Alec Hughes fell to LAFC. I am so freaking disappointed in that. I mean, he's a really good player, don't get me wrong, but
Yeah, because yeah, that's the thing. If I email a Hughes picture to myself, I want it to be of his current number. Is Alec Hughes 12 or 20 on UMass? It's a great pickup for LAFC, but when we get to the back end of round one, I want to be prepared. He's 12. He's number 12 on UMass. So we got to use a picture where UMass is where he's rocking the 12 jersey for UMass, not the 20 jersey. So, yeah. And the only picture of Hughes in 12 is this one where, he's pretending he's holding the binoculars. There's also these other ones with the top drawer in the background, but I prefer to use something else. There's this one. All right, so this is going to be a very small, very blurry picture. And no, we're not emailing this to myself yet. We're going to crop the size of the picture. Yeah, this is going to be pretty blurry, but, this is the best we can do. So, yeah. And I'll take a look and see if there's been any updates to round two yet. There has Harrison Bertos goes to San Diego, Nick Fernandez, Travis Smith Jr. to Chicago, Anthony Samways, Eric Howard, Aliun Ka, the Cornell forward, goes in the second round. Charlie Harper goes to Colorado. Michael Sullivan out of Pittsburgh goes to Toronto. Joey Solinsky to St. Louis. So we do have some updates, but not that flashy player. I'd say Ka and Harper are probably the best value picks among that group. I will be here until 8 p.m. and then I'm splitting to watch the college football playoff. So I'll be here for another 5.5 hours. But man, this is like a lightning round with how quick the picks are flying in. Yeah, so
I'll give the Rapids an A. Not an A+, but I'll give them an A. I do think Roar, studying him a little bit closer, I think that was a good value pick by the Rapids. And now that we do have we still have 3 more write-ups to go for like the grades and stuff. $550 people here. Thank you guys so much. So there are some write-ups. I'll update those as the picks come flying in. But Adudokin's going to be the next write-up I get done. I mocked Adudokin at number 1, so to get him as late as he went, that was just a massive steal. Adudokin goes number 1. Ian Smith goes 14th. It felt like teams in the middle of the draft or at the beginning of the draft made better picks than the teams picking at the top of the draft. I'll update the news ticker after we get the top 15 updated. Okay? Our audience has been very patient with me, and I appreciate that to no end. Also going to reveal, also going to refresh the MLS page and see what updates have been happening in round 2. Riley Thomas goes 42nd. Kieran Chandler of Connecticut goes 43rd. There have been a lot of reaches in round 2. There have been a lot of teams ignoring value and going for defense. I did not think this was a strong defensive draft. Yet you have a lot of teams taking defense over forward and midfield. So what the heck are we doing? And I will come back and grade some of these picks later, but Denver. So the Denver Pioneers get Ian Smith drafted at 14. There's a lot of teams reaching in round 2 And it's just at the point where it's almost like these teams are trying to get me to stop streaming the draft. It's just not going to work. I'm not fazed by that. But yeah, we've got 2 picks left here. There's a lot of fullbacks on Denver still on the board. And now we have Ronan Wynn. Ronan Wynn and Bailey Sparks might be the best value picks in round 2, and that's really saying something. Nick Dang's a good value pick for Real Salt Lake at 49, but that is really saying something about this draft, that the best value picks came at the end of round 2. Does feel like the rich got richer. We'll see what happens here. And Tate Johnson goes to Vancouver at 15. All right, so Ian Smith, we do have that pick updated. And then we'll get to Vancouver at 15 here. Last pick in the top 15, I promise you guys. I had Tate Johnson going 17 and Ian Smith going 16, and they ended up going 14 and 15. So you can argue those are slight reaches in terms of value, but I'm not going to penalize either team if they're confident with the guys they got. So, because I feel like the value in round 2 has just been very bad compared to the value in round 1. And it's almost like these teams are trying to get me to not talk, or they're trying to get me to, I don't know. But it's like, I don't know how to explain some of the decision making here. All right, so finally, we're on like the last pick of the last pick in the top half of the draft. All right, so the top half of round 1 is done. And we just got to fix this last write up here, and then I will update some of the picks for the back end of round 1. I'll update some of the picks on the Restream news ticker, because I'll admit I have not done that in a while. And I know the first round is done, but I think most people only care about the first round. Yeah, I'm going to try to update the news ticker here so we have the top. Yeah. I don't even know if we'll get all the picks updated. All right, so we'll refresh this. Should have positive effect here. But I'm at least going to try to update some of the back end picks in round 1 here. I don't. So the LA Galaxy take a player out of Michigan. They take Jason Bucknor. It does fill a need because he can play center back, defensive midfielder, or right back. So it does technically fill a need. And then Toronto goes with Reed Fisher. Okay, so we don't have enough characters to fit Reed Fisher's college in. All right, that's fine. We did the best we could. No, we're not going to the demo. We're going back to the MLS draft stream thing. But yeah. And I'm going to start working on the back end of round 1. I think Wathuna went 16th. Matthew Roos still on the board. Alec Hughes. A lot of. And Wathuna, I believe, went 16th. So yeah. Wathuna did go at that spot. So hold on. We're going to put a space there. Refresh that. Refresh the web page. And I'm not opposed to putting some certain picks in on the news ticker, but I do want to see if anything significant happened in round 2 while we were away posting grades. Logan Dorsey to Minnesota, Kanan Oduro to Orlando, Alvarez, Trace Alfin to Real Salt Lake, and Jacob Woznicki, the forward out of Woznicki, who's Hofstra striker, goes in round 2. So looking at round 2, I would say the best player among that group is either Nick Dang or Charlie Harper or Ka. We'll probably put Ka in for the round 2 photo because I had Ka going 14th overall. And I think, Ka is probably the best player of that group. And I'm going to get the photo for that now. We're going to get a photo for that right now before we even load up the back end of round 1, before we even start the grades, because this has gone by super duper fast. All right, so So Ali and Ka, that's going to be the picture we use for round 2. So yeah, because we had Ali and Ka in the first round, and he fell to round 2. That was literally. So this is going to be a very weird. I think there might be more steals in round 3 this year compared to round 2. As bold as that's going to sound. So Ali and Ka. I'm going to get a Wathuna picture here, and then we'll All right, so 551 viewers in the chat. You guys are amazing. And I'm going to click on this 16 through 30. We do have the draft order finalized for some of the teams. But yes, Sydney Wathuna, I think, is a fantastic value pick here. And there's just so much talent on the board. It's not even funny how much talent's available in round 3. Because so many teams messed up in rounds 1 and 2. But Wathuna and Harris is just scary. That duo is going to be scary to deal with. So yes, so looking at this, okay, that's why. Never mind. Put .gif instead of .jpeg. There we go. All right, so that's better. I believe New York City FC did trade for that 17th pick, and they took Max Murray there. I figured they were going to get a right back, but, you know, we'll see what happens here. Ugh. So I'll be here until 8, but I am leaving at 8. And whatever we don't finish tonight, we will figure out on tomorrow's live stream. Well, Thuna is a striker, not a center back, by the way. The Vermont website has him listed as a forward, so that is his default position. Okay? That is his default position. End of discussion. I don't mind the Max Murray pick. I think it's a good pick. He's one of the leaders in the locker room. So okay. Bucknor. Can we fit Yes, so that's basically what we're going to do as far as implementation goes. Matt Kirkavelt, Connecticut. So we'll probably just wait to list those picks for now. Yeah, and we got to abbreviate everything because there's very limited space, 1,000 characters to work with. So we do have to abbreviate everything. I want to see if anybody in round 3 got picked. Interesting start here. Leon Cole's probably the biggest value pick so far. Arthur Duquesne's a good value pick too. Lucas Burns, I know Travis Clark had him in the first round. I had a second on him. Drew Kerr ends up going to 81. So there's 9 picks left. This thing is just flying by in terms of picks. So yeah, all right. Let me get back to you. William. So New England, they go with Donovan Perez in here. They draft him to be the goalie of the future. I really love this pick. This is an excellent value pick here. Leon Cole is probably the best value pick, but this is just very disappointing in terms of the value that came off the board here. So Max Murray and New England. So we'll get Vermont up. So yes, Real Salt Lake, they took Jesus Barrera at 19, I believe. I'll get back to you, William. But I got to get back to the Super Draft here. Super Draft does not wait for anybody. And I got to Jesus Barrera, I think, yeah, we had Jesus Barrera in round 2, but this is a guy a lot of scouts were super high on. He was a nominee for the Herman Trophy, so I really don't have anything bad to say about this pick because it's a great pick compared to a lot of the picks. This is, it's a great pick compared to a lot of the picks. So yeah, all right, so I don't want the ticker to disappear. I want to edit some content, and I don't want to edit in the demo. I want to edit in the welcome phase. I want to edit in the welcome, not the demo. Thank you. Let's load this and see if some more picks have shown up. Farnos, Nick Collins, Grant Fujihara. A lot of Takahiro Fujita's might be the best value pick here. Nicholas Sullivan from LAFC2. Vukovic also gets picked. Grant Bailey from Loyola Chicago gets picked. Rutgers defender gets picked. Arnau Farnos. There's a lot of reaches that I thought in round 3. And that's unbelievable. I'm speechless. I am literally speechless by how much talent has gone undrafted this year. 1, 2, 3, 2 of the top 7, 3 of the top 8, 4 of the top 9, 5 of the top 10, 6 of the top 11, 7 of the top 15. You still found a way to screw it up. I'm at a loss for words, really. I mean, 7 of the top 15 undrafted. I'm literally at a loss of words. I'm not going to say anything bad about the players that got drafted ahead of them until I scout them, but, that is a big screw up in my opinion. So I'm looking to see, is there anybody that we even had a first round grade on who got picked in the 3rd round? Trace Terry's a good player. I do like Terry. Kerr's another guy we had a 3rd on. Farnos, we had I think we had Farnos in the 2nd. We were considering putting him in the round 1. I guess we'll go with Farnos. But man, what a missed opportunity. Colin Welsh got picked. CJ Williams, Leon Cole. So there were some good players that got picked, but does feel like a missed opportunity in some cases. Shoot. This was a blown opportunity. Because I don't remember ever covering a draft where So yeah, Arno Farnos, we are going to get a picture of Farnos for round 3. And we're going to get that for round 3 later today. But we are going to get that up on the site. Because that's probably the best pick of the 3rd round and what, I'll be here until 8. Maybe I'll try to go on a little bit longer, but I really do want to watch the Notre Dame Indiana game at 8. All right, now that we've got the number 1 picks up, are you kidding me? You don't freaking do that to me during a live stream. You do not shut down on me during a freaking live stream. I'm sorry, audience. I refrain from cussing, but I am angry. I'm angry that my computer decided to X out when I'm doing a lengthy write-up. That makes me very angry. That doesn't make me partially angry. That makes me very angry, okay? I'm trying to keep my emotions in check. I am making a conscious effort to keep my emotions in check. But you cannot do me dirty like that when I'm coding. If I'm on the computer during a live stream, you cannot shut down like that. And I swear if this had been an NFL draft stream and Joey and Orrin were on, I would have muted one of them out of frustration. Not because I don't want to hear their opinions on things, but I would have had one of those heat of the moment incidents. All right, we're going to save this now to make sure zero freaking slip ups happen again. I'm a human being. The computer's a human doing. It's my property. It does what I tell it to do. That's the whole point. I mean, Max Kirk Blay. All right. I feel better now. But yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of players. All right. So I don't think we'll be able to fit Alec Hughes onto here. I'm seeing what we can do here. But we're getting close to a point where even if we take away some of the characters, I don't know how many more picks we're going to be able to fit. I don't think we're going to be able to fit all 30 picks on the news ticker. I don't. But yeah.
I do think this is a good value pick here. The 814 save percentage is a really high. One of the best goalies in terms of size and range. I think this pick was totally worth a flyer by Real Salt Lake at 21. Yeah, so I don't think I'll be able to fit all 30 teams on here. And we're probably just going to go with we'll probably just list the top 10 or the top however many picks we can list, cuz we just cannot list all 30. We've tried our best. Um we can't list all 30. So what I'm going to do is I'm probably just going to list the picks that we have up to Alec Hughes, because I feel like after Alec Hughes, there was a massive drop off in talent for first round. There's still some good players picked, but let's be real. After Alec Hughes, you had Reed Fisher, Ian Pilcher, Copeland, Gertke Bear, Lineker, Rodriguez dos Santos, probably the best value pick outside of and then Sergi Solans. And Real Salt Lake took both of those goal scoring strikers. So yeah, I'm looking at that and saying, all right. But yeah, Real Salt Lake, there was a lot of talent on the board. Yeah, so I might go get a sub later today. I'm gonna definitely get through the first round though. Try to get through as many picks as possible. We'll see how I feel. But yeah, I am starting to get hungry. But like, we got to get at least get through the first round before we quit this live stream. At least we got to get through round one. I'm not even. Some of the picks in after the first round are so mid that I'm actually wondering, is it even worth mentioning these picks in round two on the podcast? I will do what I can, okay? I promise. I will do what I can, all right? Because, yeah, so LAFC, so they get him.
And finally a pick 22 done. Yeah, what you're hearing outside is bickering by some of my neighbors, so yeah. There's so much talent that, Ronan Wynn went in round 3. I believe Ronan Wynn went in round 3, so we might get a picture of Ronan Wynn instead of I'm double checking something here. I think Ronan Wynn, who we did have a first round grade on, got picked in round 3. He may have got picked in round 2. Yeah, he got picked in round 2, but we did have a first on him. So who did we end up going with, though? We had a first on Ka as well. So there were a few players that we had firsts on that went off the board in round 2. All right, so Sheesh. Look, if the yeah, if you hear that noise in the background, just letting you guys know there might be a fight going on outside. A fight. Put up your dukes. So Reed Fisher goes 23rd.
This is Charlotte, right? Ian Pilcher, yeah. So the 24th pick is up. Holy cow, we're already at 575 views. But yeah, I did not think the picks were going to fly by in this fashion. And Roman Torres went to Minnesota. Minnesota, interesting team. Probably give this a B. I don't know. But we're on round 5. We're on round I'll give this a B, I guess. I think Torres is a good player, don't get me wrong, but I felt like there was better talent available.
And I think Minnesota is going to use the stash and develop strategy that they used with Marcus Calderia on Roman Torres. So there's that. All right, so we got to get a backup logo. We got to get a Detroit Mercy logo on the site server. I thought we had a Detroit Mercy logo on the site. We don't, apparently. So we got to get that freaking handled right now. Because I thought we had that taken. Apparently, apparently we don't. About the Detroit Titan. This says Detroit it's Trojans, not it's Titans, not Trojans. How about just the Detroit Titans? Do we have that? We don't even have that. All right. We will get this up. A lot of reaches. Yeah, instead of Joshua Copeland, I'm going to change that to Josh Copeland for both rounds 2 and rounds 3. But yeah, the Rapids get Copeland, and then from Detroit Mercy, and then the we'll see what happens here with Joran Guibert, some of these other players. I thought there were a lot of reaches at this point, so I did like the Joran Guibert pick for Orlando. I thought that was a good selection to get him as a right back for depth, because they took a right back a few years ago in the Duncan McGuire draft and it didn't quite pan out. So to reload at that position, I can respect that. Yeah, he dominated Robert Morris. He scored on Robert Morris. I thought this was kind of a reach. Copeland, there was much better talent on the board. No offense to Copeland. I thought Copeland was a reach here. There was better talent on the board, but I don't dislike the pick either. I'm going to give it a C, though. Guibert, Joran Guibert. So almost on the last two picks. See the right back in the College Cup? Doesn't say what position. But I think he may have been the right back on the West Virginia team that made the College Cup last year. I think he may have been the right back. And we're getting the Ryan Bayer pickup. We are getting it up. Okay. So Ryan Bayer goes to Seattle. I'm going to give Seattle the benefit of the doubt here and give them an A grade. All right, so Real Salt Lake, they are going to go with Lineker, Rodrigo, Dos Santos. I'm not even sure this is going to fit. I hope it does, but I'm not sure it will. So let's see what happens here. We got 582 people here. Wow. Yeah. So it's still only, it's almost 5. We're almost done with round 1, I'd say. Lineker Rodriguez dos Santos had zero business falling this far as he did. I thought Real Salt Lake and the Rapids were the big winners of this super draft. Yeah, the Rapids and Real Salt Lake, I would say, are the two big winners. Because I'm looking at the Rapids here. They end up getting. I thought their first 4 picks in the top 16 were fantastic, but their last pick at 26 was meh. But they crushed this draft to the point where you have to say Colorado's a winner, and you have to say Real Salt Lake's a winner. And I even like the goalie Real Salt Lake drafted. So Colorado had 4 first round pick. Colorado had 5 first round picks. Real Salt Lake found a way to get 4. That should tell you. Yeah, so Sergi Souls, I think we had Sergi Souls in round 2. We may have had him in round 3. I don't really know, but either way, we're going to put him in. Probably put him somewhere in round 3. I'm guessing he's referring to Samways. I'm still on the last pick for round 1. I'm trying to figure out where we put the write-up for Sergi Solins. I know we did a write-up for Sergi Solins at some point in the 3rd or 2nd round. I don't think we had Solins in the 1st, but I know we had him in the final mock I did. Here we go. Found it. I really think Real Salt Lake needed to address center back, but maybe they have confidence in how Josh Jones is developing. They drafted Louisville's center back, Josh Jones, my top center back in 2024 in the 2nd round. Maybe they have confidence in him to the point where they're so confident in him, they're giving him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe that's the thought process. I don't know. But yeah, Solins is an excellent pick. And round 1, pretty much over. We pretty much finished round 1. I'm going to start working on round number 2, the news ticker for round 2. We will get to some picks here, but we've only got 3 hours. So I'm going to start working on the news tickers for both round 2 and round 3. I do not know how many picks we will get up tonight, but I'm going to start working on the news ticker for round 2 and the news ticker for round 3 right now. Yeah, because I'm on the point. I'm on round number 2. So we've got the news ticker for round 2 done. Anthony Samways, who I mocked at FC Dallas in round 2, goes to Sporting Kansas City. And Sporting Kansas City, they ended up getting Jansen Miller in round 1, a center back that can play right back, and then they get a pure right back in Samways. So I think Samways is going to be the right back for depth, and the center back for depth is going to be Jansen Miller. So that's my takeaway from Sporting Kansas City Super Draft. Samways was really probably one of the better value picks. Eric Howard of Georgetown. But no, I'm trying not to be a jerk about this draft because all the kids that worked hard to get drafted deserve to have their flowers, but 5 of the top 10 players in our mock went undrafted. I've never seen anything like that. I've seen drafts where 2 of our first round picks have gone undrafted, 1 top 10 pick. 5 of the top 10 is just absurd. That is absurdly bad. And 14 of the 31st round picks did not get picked, by the way. And Eric Howard of Georgetown says he's listed as a defender, but he's actually a midfielder, according to Georgetown's website. And that's what I'm using. I'm not using what MLS projects the player to be. I'm using Alium Ka of Cornell. That was a first-round talent that fell to round 2, but I think Nashville, they took him because they didn't pick a player in round 1. And the other teams are just taking the round 2 guys on their board. Instead of taking a round 1 talent and risking a roster spot for him, they're just taking round 2 talents. Yeah, so he's a defender on Rutgers. Charlie Harper, North Carolina, center back. Michael Sullivan from Pittsburgh, nice value pick. But Sullivan being the only Pitt Panther to go undrafted is so bad. Such a bad look. Because I thought there were far better players. I thought the right back on Pitt, Casper Sbera, Sam Cow, Fatosa. I thought there were far better players on Pitt. Because Samuel Sarver. Sarver was so I'm probably, Riley Thomas was a good pick in round 2. I could be wrong on that, but yeah, we're on 42. We're still looking at this Kyron Chandler out of Connecticut. No, I don't want to stay connected. No offense. Yeah, they have Djordjevic listed as a... Yeah, he's a defender. Titus Sandy Jr. Yeah, in the Rapids, they took Titus Sandy Jr. I think Titus Sandy was a right back on Clemson. Is Bo Cummins listed as a midfielder or a defender on the Wake Forest website? I don't care that the Dynamo says they draft him as a defender. That does not matter to me. It should matter, but it really doesn't. Bo Cummins doesn't say whether he's listed as a midfielder or a defender. So we will go to the bios. We will go to the team here. And no, I don't want the coach. I don't want the coach. I want the roster. Pull up the roster. Pull up the roster and don't be a jerk to me. I'm not in the mood. Because we're on pick 48, okay? No, I do not want ads. I do not want to stay connected with the team, Wake Forest. I'm sorry. No, I said no. I said no to the live chat. I said no to buying your shit. What part of that don't you fucking understand? I don't like cussing, but Wake Forest team website has so many ads and so much shit on the site that every time I try to click the roster, it redirects me to a chat room or ads, and I don't want that. That is not what I'm signing up for. Okay? That is not what I'm signing up for. I'm sorry, Wake Forest. That's not what I want as a reader, as a consumer. That's not what I want. And this is going to get... Okay, here we go. Okay, so Bo Cummins is a defender. Thank you. That's all I really needed to know. All right. Because I check the college sites because sometimes MLS will get the data wrong. Nick Dang. I had a first, a second on Nick Dang. To get him at 49, that's incredible value. Orlando got Titus Sandy Jr. at 46. So they doubled up at right back, which I don't understand. Yeah, it is kind of cold here. Well, to be fair, I turn the temperature off. When I go to sleep, I turn the temperature, I turn the heater off. Maybe I'll turn that back on, but Caden Grabfelter. Basically, what I'm doing is I'm looking up all of the second round picks, where they went to college, what their actual positions are. See, Caden Grabfelter is not a forward. He's a midfielder. Every now and then, MLS will screw something up. And when they do, I have to be ready to correct them. So Grabfelder is a midfielder, but probably looking at a winger with him. I think Ruth Kalba was a player we considered adding to the mock, but didn't end up adding. And then Bailey Sparks. Yeah, so basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to probably code round 2 news ticker, round 3 news ticker. Oduro's listed as a forward. He's a forward. So forward, all right. And then the Red Bulls at 59 selected Trace Alfin. No, Real Salt Lake traded for this pick. And they selected another goalie, so they drafted a goalie in the first and second rounds. And then the LA Galaxy took Jacob Woznicki. Jacob Woznicki from Hofstra. And that's the final pick of round 2. He had 9 goals, 5 assists. I mean, that's not bad. Jacob Woznicki. There were better players on the board, but I can't hate that pick because it won't require a. And look, for the second year in a row, nobody passed on a draft pick. People actually cared enough to pick somebody on the board. So I will say I'm grateful for that at least. So second round here. So yeah, second round is done. Second round of the news ticker is done. But before we go to round 2 and round 3, I am going to update. I am going to update round 3, and then we'll get photos up for rounds 2 and 3. Because this will at least help me. You know, Sesums. Yeah, Donovan Sesums, Sacramento State Hornets. So, yeah. Okay, so Donovan Sesums goes in round 3. I guess we'll check NC State's website and look at the entire roster because it doesn't say whether he's a midfielder or a forward on the team website. So, that's the problem, and that's what we got to figure out. Phillips a forward, okay. Yes, CJ Williams did get drafted. That's great. But yeah, this draft, it just felt like Ethan Black. Yeah, so looking at this, Colin Welsh out of Western Michigan, he's a goalie.
I do like that pick. Sean Smart went to Clemson. I know he played on the Las Vegas Lights team with JC and Gondo and Valentin Noel, but he went to Clemson. I'm not keeping track of what USL teams these guys play for. I'm keeping track of where they played in college. So we will get something done here, but right now, yeah, Arthur Duquesne, who was my Mr. Irrelevant, did get picked in the third round. Arthur Duquesne, the Clemson left back. A lot of Clemson defenders got picked. The one who did not get picked was Pape Marboy. Excuse me. Yeah, because I'm on 77 now. There's 90 picks in this draft, and we got 77 on the news ticker. So once we get these 77 picks typed, I think it's going to be this was just a weird draft in the sense that if you are curious, because we had 14 round one players go undrafted. If you are curious as to who went undrafted in round two, that's 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 29 players in the first two rounds. So we had 14 round one players go undrafted. We had another 15 round two guys go undrafted. So there was not a lot of good value in terms of picks. There was a lot of, which, again, irritates me because there's way too much talent in this class for guys to be slipping like that. How much, what do we have left? How many teams? Drew Kerr is a midfielder, not a forward. Drew Kerr is a midfielder. He was a midfielder at Duke. Yeah, I know because we included him in the mock draft. He was one of the last picks we put in round 3, and he is a midfielder. He is not a forward. He is a midfielder. The good news is we're on pick 82 of the news ticker here, so that's good, I guess. I probably am going to use the restroom soon. I do need to go, but I'm going to wait until we finish. I'm going to finish until we finish the third round of the news ticker. So now we'll have the pictures of both the round 2 and the round 3 players up. And Farnos, we did have a third on Farnos, the Oregon State midfielder. I think we had a second on Farnos, actually.
Yeah, Nick Collins is a sophomore center back at Rutgers. Good find there. I guess it's not a bad find. Yeah, and DC United got pick 86 from LAFC in a trade. Most of these teams kept their picks. But DC United had to come away with a center back. They really didn't get one until they made the trade with DC United in the third round. UCLA. So we got the news ticker here. So Vucevic and Sullivan are the two we got to get write-ups for. And I'm just confirming what I see here. Real Salt Lake. I'm guessing Real Salt Lake got all three of the Red Bulls picks for allocation money. I'm guessing that's what they ended up doing. Because I'm pretty sure the New York Red Bulls did the same thing the Union did, trading all three of their draft picks away for allocation money. I know we have this logo on the site. I know we have this logo on the site. I just can't, for the love of crap, figure out where we have it. Okay, it's the Coyotes. Not the Wolves, the Coyotes. And we do have that logo up. All right, I'm not sure how we're going to fit that last pick into the thing, but yeah. We did get the player we wanted. All right, so we got all the news tickers updated. News tickers for round 2 and 3 are updated. I'm going to quickly add a photo to round 2 and add a photo to round 3. And then we'll be done with this. Do we have Takahiro Fujita in round 2? Because I might put him in, honestly, I'm debating whether or not. No, we had Farnos in round 3. So did we have Fujita in round 2? If we did, yeah, we did. So we had Fujita in round 2. So we are going to go Takahiro Fujita. We're going to get a photo of Takahiro Fujita, and we're going to email that to ourselves. And that's going to be the new round 3 photo, because Fujita, such a steal this late in the draft. Well, I guess we can roll with Farnos. We can't find a picture of and we almost did put Farnos in the first round. So yeah, we're still here, folks. We're still here on both TalkShoe and Restream. Holy crap, 600 listeners. That has got to be a record. Thank you guys so much. But yeah, this is round 2, and then the round 3, we've got the news ticker updated. We've got the pictures updated. I will be here for 2 hours and 15 more minutes, and then I am calling it a night. But I will get as many grades up for round 2 as humanly possible in the next 2 hours and 15 minutes after I use a bathroom break. Really got to go. It's only going to be like 5 minutes, and we have all the teams. So, yeah. So, I promise you we will have that updated. I don't know if we'll get, maybe I will, well, maybe I'll keep the game on mute and try to get all the picks up. We'll see how I feel. I prefer to end things by 8 though. That is a possibility. All right. So yeah, I mean, just kind of waiting for my hands to dry, and then I promise we will get the because there's a lot I got to do as well. There really is a lot I got to do. No, I'm not gonna post a picture, not Bob in the background, but yeah, it's like. I promise you, we're gonna just wait for our hands to dry, and then we'll do round 2. I just wash my hands. I'm not typing a keyboard with wet hands. So he fell because he doesn't have his green card. If you were born outside the United States and you have a green card, you don't require an international roster slot. So because Ododokin didn't have his green card, the number 1 pick fell to 13. I mean, come on.
Hands are still dry. Hands are still dry. I mean, hands are not dry yet. They're still wet. My hands are still wet from washing them after I used the bathroom. So once they are dry, I promise you, we're gonna do rounds 2 and 3.
time to start round 2. I'm back, folks. Sorry about that. I didn't think my hands would be dried as long as yeah, because I'm gonna start grading picks in a little bit, in a few seconds. So we've got 5 minutes. Maybe we'll keep doing this at 8, but I'm leaning towards no. But yeah, okay, I just noticed we have a typo in the round 3 section, so please stop not loading and just load and do what I tell you. You're a computer, you're a human doing, not a human being. Come on. Don't do me dirty like that. You're a computer. Thank you. Thank you. That was not that difficult. That was not that difficult. Harrison Burtos out of Washington. Interesting player. Yeah, so Harrison Burtos. How many? We had 600 before I took the bathroom break. So we're still live on TalkShoe. That's good. Screen is blue. I don't know why the screen is blue. I did not end the show on Restream. I didn't end the show, so I don't know what's going on. I am going to check my phone. No. Find out what the heck's going on. Okay, we're still live. All right, perfect. Thank you. That was not very difficult. But yeah, we're still live, folks. No. But yeah. All right, so we're back. You can see some of the first round picks for the Super Draft, but yeah, 602 listeners. Thank you guys so much. I'm gonna do my best to get through as many picks in the next 2 hours as possible. Maybe I'll watch the Notre Dame game on mute and finish this. Because if we maintain this many listeners, I am not opposed to if we have this many listeners on the show, I'm not opposed to grinding this out. I really am not. As much as I'd like to watch Notre Dame, Indiana, with this many listeners, I'm open to actually doing this until we finish every single pick in the draft, because we have all the visuals up for rounds 2 and 3, all the But yeah, we're gonna get Burtos. We're gonna get the write up for Harrison Burtos up. But it sounds like Burtos is going to go back to Washington and develop. What grade would I give this pick? I'd give it a B. I'm not blown away by it, but he did do well against Dean Bolt, so I'll give him credit in that respect. So, yeah, I'll give it a B. Yeah. And then the next player is Nick Fernandez, the Portland midfielder. He went to San Jose in round 2. This is right about where I figured he'd go. I had him to Sporting Kansas City. I think I am going to turn the heat up, though. It is 67 degrees. It's too cold. I think I am going to turn the heat up to 70 or 71 degrees. Because it is cold. Now, I turn the cooler on when I go to sleep, but, I'm not asleep yet, and, so basically, picks 31 and 32 are up. And yeah, Chicago 33, I guess. Chicago took Travis Smith Jr. out of Wake Forest. I'll look. Chicago, I don't know what to think of this pick, Travis Smith Jr. I got to do some more research on him. The Wake Forest sophomore, he's going to need some time to develop, I would think. I'll give them a B grade. I would give this a C grade in most instances. Chicago has some homegrown players in Wake Forest, so I'll give the Fire the benefit of the doubt, even though it's probably against my better judgment to do so. Okay, so Anthony Samways to Sporting Kansas City. What do we give Sporting Kansas City in round 1? We gave them they took Jansen Miller. I thought that was a little bit of a reach. I think this is much better value, though.
Yeah, we gave them a C plus. Yeah, I'll give this an A plus. I'll give it an A actually. All right. All right, so we're already at pick 34. Going by very fast. This is good. Yeah, I'm gonna go back because I did make the New England Revolution write up a little bit more lengthier because that was the lengthy write up that we had for number 5. We added to pick number 18. So just we'll go back now. Um, wrong round, I guess.
All right. So, yeah. Eric Howard, Georgetown. Eric Howard. I'm working on a write up for Eric Howard, Georgetown midfielder right now. 613. We're on pick 35. There's 90 picks. All right, so we're on Nashville. So Nashville, we're on the Nashville SC. They have got the number. They've got a first. They've got a
Joey Zielinski out of Rutgers. There were much better right backs on the board for St. Louis. All right. So Charlie Harper goes to the Colorado Rapids. I like that pick. That's a good value pick. So finally on picks 38 here. So yeah, we're on Yeah, so we're pretty much at the point where, all right, 605 viewers, and we're back to work. I did not think these round two grades were going to be this quickly here. But yeah, we're already on 41 already. I might actually finish this by 8. At the rate I'm going, I might actually finish this by 8 p.m. I know you'd love to have an audience of this size. I mean, 600, that's a lot of people. We're not taking that lightly, and I'm still committed to getting some draft grades up. But yeah, Riley Thomas, we're probably going to. Riley Thomas, are we putting him in the third round or do we put him in the second? I know we had him in. I know we had him in the mock. Well, like, where do we have him? I'm just trying to quickly get through. I told my audience we would get through by 8. So I am trying to move as fast as humanly possible. Well, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to get. Okay, so what's next? Connecticut. Kieran Chandler out of Connecticut is the next player. Yeah, so I do like this pick though. You get so I'm gonna give Montreal an A+ here. So 14 picks are up for round 2, and I'm just cruising by here. We're almost halfway done with round 2. I did not think this would run that smoothly. So yeah, I mean, right now, and then Vancouver. But Vancouver really needed a right winger. That was the one position they had to come away with. And they go with a defender, Nikola Djordjic from SMU. But yeah, we're halfway through this now. We're officially at the halfway point of the draft because there's 90 picks, 45 write-ups. So we're officially at the halfway point once we get a grade up for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're officially halfway done with this now. I'll give this an A grade, maybe an A minus. Yeah, I'll give it an A minus. Vancouver's drafted well for a few years now, but yeah, I mean, so we're on pick 46 now, I believe. I'm going to give Orlando I thought I gave Orlando an A grade. I'm confused. I am highly confused here.
All right, so Andrew Johnson of Cornell, and then Boat. So yeah, there's some players still on board here. Excuse me, sorry about the belching. It's like yeah. Only thing I think drank this morning, I think, was a root beer. That's probably why I'm belching excessively. I don't mean to. It's just like, you know. Oh, why does my throat hurt? It doesn't hurt. It's just We're on pick 50 already. No, because right now we're on pick 50 in round 2. There's only 10 picks left in round 2. That's great because it means sounds good.
I think there might be a little bit of stuff in my ear. I don't know if it's earwax or what it is. I showered earlier. I washed my ears. Like, I made sure my hair was clean before the super draft. I don't know what it is. So, yeah, but Cesar Balka, I think him and Zarning are the two center backs.
So yeah, 22 picks for round 2 are up. So we just have to get these last 8 picks up. We will easily do that by 7. I don't think I'll be here all night, but if it gets to that point, because, we're already 8 picks away from finishing the second round. I did not think we would make this much progress, but we have. So, I mean, Ronan Wynn of Denver's a steal for Atlanta this late in the draft. To get him as
as a backup right back this late in the second round. That is an absolute steal by Atlanta here. I think I had win in the first round, so yeah. All right. Minnesota United FC, because we're on 54 now. I'll reload the page. Yes, so we're on pick 54. There's 90 picks. We're on 54. I'm telling you, we're going to get through this at some point tonight. I think I can knock this out by 9 if I really grind it out in the last hour. I want to be done with this by 8, but I really think we could finish. We're definitely going to start round 3. I don't know if we'll finish it by 8. And I'll reload TalkShoe. I think TalkShoe disconnected me. If it did, oh well, too bad. Tough tomatoes. And if TalkShoe did disconnect me, we'll just finish this on Restream. But I kind of want to find out what the heck happened with the connection over on TalkShoe first. So that's what we're gonna do. If TalkShoe already disconnected us, I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay, TalkShoe did not disconnect us. We're still live on TalkShoe, but the audio in and out. But yeah. So basically, Minnesota, they took the player we mocked to the Galaxy, I think. Logan Dorsey out of Kentucky. That's who they took. That's a good player to pick. It's a good player to build your team around. So that's an A+ pick, I think. All right, so 55 is done. So basically, yeah, so for MLS draft, we're still on pick. We're still on the second round, but I think there's some talent still on the board. Yeah, so basically, Orlando takes Collins Oduro. Yeah, I think I might grab some deodorant. But we're on the last 4 picks of round 2. So I promise you we are going to get those updated, and I promise you we're going to try to start round 3 as soon as possible. So I think we can start round 3 tonight. I'm not sure if we'll finish the entire thing, but I definitely believe we will end up starting round 3. I mean, we are working too fast not to. I'm getting tired. Maybe I should stop at 8. I really do want to finish this, though, if we can. Let me see what we can do. You were sleeping on Manu, do a big mistake. Actually, we watched Manu do his tape, and we liked what we saw. So we gave Orlando an A+ grade. We gave San Diego an A+ grade. I wouldn't say we were sleeping on him. I just didn't think he was going to go number 1 until this week. All right, so we're on the last two picks. I'm pretty certain we just got all the grades up. So 718, and I'm just going through everything one more time to double check to confirm. Yes, we do have everything up for round two. We can finally move on to the final round, round three, 635 viewers. Thank you so much. We can move on to the final round here. This is going to be interesting. So, the last batch of draft grades for the season. Sesam's out of Sacramento State kicks this thing off.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste some of the picks from the news ticker onto the site. So basically what we're doing is Yeah, because I promise I'm gonna get all the grades up tonight. I'll live stream that if our audience wants to see it. But what I'm doing is I'm taking all the picks on the news ticker, copying them, pasting them, so that we are done. Because the reason round two went by so quickly is I copied and pasted picks from the news ticker on round three, but there's not another round three web page, so I have to keep scrolling all the way back to the top of the web page and then just keep adding more picks. Okay, that's really all I'm doing is adding more picks to the you know CF Montreal. We just gotta you know what? Just to save a little bit of time, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go back to the top of the news ticker and get the picks up this way. I don't know how much time I'm gonna end up saving, but I promise I will go back to the picks, but there's 90 picks. What we're trying to do is we're trying to copy and paste all of them to the site. I swear that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get all the picks up in the most efficient time possible. Believe me, this will take less time. We're on the last few picks. We're just typing the picks in. But yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see how we feel. I am going to try to get what I can get done in the next 20 minutes. Yeah, so I'm going to go through this list because we're on like the last few picks. And we're not getting grades up. We're getting the write-ups organized. This is a part of the process. We're getting all the write-ups for those last few teams. You know, we're just trying to get the last few write-ups done, literally. That's literally
So we're going to go with the Marshall player. We'll copy the Marshall player to the Real Salt Lake write-up. All right, let's check this now. Let's reload the page. Let's see if we've got all the logos updated. We've got 20 minutes to try to get 29 grades up. But the good news is we have all the logos for all the team. I'm pretty certain we have all the logos for all the players picked. So I think that is going to expedite this process tremendously to the point where we just have to get the write-ups done for each team. All right. So we got 29 more write-ups and 20 minutes to go. We are on the clock here. Yeah, because we're on the last, we're on the very last, we're on the very last picks, you know? We're not.
Good news is I just want to get through this. I am getting exhausted. The good news is we have damn. Mhm. I don't think I'm going to miss more than maybe the first quarter of the college football playoff. I'm going to try to avoid missing it entirely, but right now, it's like, fudge. We still got to get 25 more picks up. And yeah, I'm tired from this. I've been doing this since 2 p.m. 66 is done. Ugh. Damn it. I am a little bit exhausted. I'm not going to lie. Let's see if we can speed this up any bit. So we got it. We got all the way up to 70, and we just have to get the grades up for the next. I don't think it's going to take very long because, you know, what are we on Restream? How many listeners are we at? 640. Wow. So the number of listeners has gone up. That is amazing. 638 people have tuned in to watch our MLS draft coverage. We have 20 more grades to get up, and then we're calling it a day, and then I'm getting out my veggie tray. You know, if this goes into the college football playoff, though, I am going to do a few things. Number one, I'm going to turn the playoff on, but I will put it on mute. And number two, I'm going to get out my veggie tray. I'm going to get out my veggie tray. You'll see a veggie tray in the background. And I might be eating and watching the game at the same time and getting grades up. But I'll still commit to getting the grades up. But I'm just saying that is going to happen in 5 minutes. All right, so 72 picks are up now. We have 18 more to go. I did not think the show would take this long, but I'm kind of happy. Arthur Duquesne, we have a write-up on him. So we can just copy and paste that. And we have a write-up on Burns, so I think we'll be okay as far as the write-ups go. I kind of had a feeling Duquesne would get picked back in August. But that just shows you a lot of these teams rely on their preseason reports because Duquesne had a first-round grade in the preseason. And then the traction for him died down a little bit. But doesn't matter. He still gets picked because he played at Clemson.
So we got this New York City FC ad. That is the only banner ad that still connects you to Fanatics. But Matthew Van Horn, we're on pick 75. I do have a write up for Trace Terry. But yeah, I'm at the point where I'm getting ready to turn on the playoff. I will mute the game. I'll mute the game. I promise I'll mute the TV. But I am turning off in the playoff, and I'm getting out a veggie tray. ABC. So I am turning on the game. I'm not muting it. I'm not unmuting it, but I am turning on the game. And I'm getting out the veggie tray. I have not ate all day, so I'm getting out the veggie tray. It's a special occasion. I could save the veggie tray for tomorrow, but I'm going to make it now. And yeah, we're getting out the veggie tray. Game hasn't started yet. When it does, and I'm also going to get a glass of water and make some food. Just a glass of water, nothing too spectacular. Because we still have 16 picks to go here. I didn't think this would roll over in the 8 p.m. hour. I am going to commit to finishing this, but college football playoff is on. And all right, so game has not started yet, but we do have the veggie tray, and yeah, it's interesting. Indiana, I think, had 2 first-round picks, and I don't think all right, there we go. That's for when kickoff starts. Let's see what we can get on Matthew Van Horn here. 6 foot 168. So we're officially at the halfway point of round 3. First 3 picks are all in. Yeah, so the first 15 picks of round 3 are up. I'm going as fast as humanly possible. But yeah, Trace Terry's a player that we had a 3rd round grade on. We're gonna get his write up done right now. One of my very last picks. So yeah, you're seeing Indiana. So 76 is up now. We have somebody in the chat room, okay? Better be an engaging comment. It's just people promoting stuff. Arjun, welcome. I do see some people in the chat room. 642. Thank you guys so much. So they're going to have the coin toss. They're building up the hype to this pregame show, but I'm focused on getting all the content up. Yeah, so basically our viewers is up at And Notre Dame's kicking off to Indiana. Okay, so we're fine. First 20 write-ups are finally done. And as you can tell, Indiana Notre Dame started. That's why I'm eating. First third down attempt of this game is coming up. And Indiana has intercepted Notre Dame. Okay, so we're at 642. Curtis Rourke drops back. Rourke fired a dime, but is intercepted. I believe that is Xavier Watts who made the pick. Huge pick by Watts, safety one. And that is the safety we're previewing tomorrow on the safety rankings at 10 a.m. So if you come here at 10 a.m., not looking for MLS draft coverage, and want to follow our safety rankings, Xavier Watts, who just picked off Curtis Rourke. Huge interception, by the way. Yeah. So eight picks left, and we're done. All right, so we're on the last few picks here. I did update 2 picks, so I'll keep you in the loop. And Notre Dame looks like they're going to score a rushing touchdown straight off that interception. And that's Jeremiah Love. He's in next year's NFL draft. Amazing that Notre Dame had 0 players drafted in today's MLS draft. Just absolutely amazing. All right, so Grant Bailey. Yeah, because we're on round 3 and we're practically done with this. Yes, so the first 86 picks are done, but picks 87, 88, 89, and 90 are in the works.
Last write-up, Nicholas Sullivan.
We'll do that during the next commercial break. I'm just seeing out. All right, so we got the last pick up. We're pretty much done. We pretty much graded every pick. I'm going to see if William wants to come on to talk a little football, Notre Dame, Indiana. And if that does not happen, we will end the show. It's really the only reason, and I'm going to end things on Talk Shoe. I'm grateful for everything we were able to accomplish on Talk Shoe today, but I am going to end things on Talk Shoe. And thank you for tuning into our MLS Super Draft coverage. I'm seeing if William wants to talk a little ball. And if he does, we will get that updated. And if he doesn't, we'll just go from there. But yeah, I am going to message William to see if he wants to talk. I mean, that's literally the only thing keeping me from ending this is the fact that I might talk some ball with William. That's literally the only thing keeping me from ending this stream. I've graded all the picks. I'm pretty much done with Super Draft coverage for this year.
All right. So William's going to pass. We're going to end the show. And yeah, 643 listeners, 641 on X, one on Twitch, one on YouTube. Thank you guys so much. We'll be back tomorrow for the safety rankings, which I will set up after the Notre Dame Indiana game, not before, after.